Who's that? Paul. Nice. The magnificent. NLCE.
Smacking your head dead off your motherfucking shoulders.
Can't you dig it, honey? Hold it now.
¿Qué pasó? Ah, tenés que entrar a Twitch y tenés la doble verificación. Sí, olvídate, yo también quiero ese jugoso drop. Ahí vengo, voy a buscar agua.
Watch out, you just lost one.
You suckers, 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 suckers. All right. So don't try to step to me, cause I ain't the 1, 2, 3, break! Who's that? Paul. Nice. The magnificent. NLCE.
Smacking your head dead off your motherfucking shoulders.
Can't you dig it, honey? Hold it now.
You know you better watch out, you just lost one.
You suckers, 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 suckers. All right. So don't try to step to me, cause I ain't the 1, 2, 3, break! Who's that? Paul. Nice. The magnificent. PoE.
Smacking your head dead off your motherfucking shoulders.
Can't you dig it, honey? Hold it now.
You know you better watch out. You just lost one.
Ahí volví. Bueno, 5-4, ya estamos. Creo que y vamos a verlo del original, como siempre. Esa. No, posta que por el verano, boludo. Tuve que salir a la mañana y todo y usé la camisa porque te desabrochabas, viste, para no cagarte de calor. No sabes el calor que hace acá, Lucho, no te das una idea, boludo. Es literalmente un infierno, boludo. Hoy es el primer día tipo de verano 35 grados. Bien, bien, hay que hacerse viral, Lucho, olvídate. Full viral. No, y hoy estaba recorriendo un poco y había había una pibita hablando 2 horas y vos decís, dale, amigo, eres el rebelde del juego, deja de hinchar las pelotas, vamos, ponete a jugar al solitario, boludo. Todo bien con el lore del juego, boludo, pero estaba inventando cualquier cosa, boludo. O sea, no era mala la información, pero no era atractivo comercialmente. Y eso es algo que hay que tener en cuenta, ¿viste? Eh, yo- esa Ayelet. No, entré al stream y puse, che, a qué hora arranca el reveal? 2 horas hablando de... Dale, amigo. Ir al colegio del PoE, boludo, pará, déjame jugar, boludo. No, yo con el lore no tengo nada, pero el stream, viste, como, boludo. Ahí va. Sí, sí. Nada, viste, entré todo hypeado ahí, fue el primer canal que vi que había poca gente, digo, bueno, entro acá, castellano, son 20 personas, voy a preguntar y me van a contestar. Ni cabida, amigo, no me dieron ni cabida, bueno, nadie me dijo ni a las 4 de la tarde, nada, tuve que ir, cerrar el stream, ir a Google, poner... ¿Entendés que el stream es para eso, boludo? Para que yo no tenga que ir a Google. Sin embargo, no funcionó, no anduvo. Estaba explicando de las tetas, de no sé qué. Encima, cuando la escuché hablar de las tetas y dijo que era horrible, dije, nah, esta mina está en pedo. Esos pezones son clave, amigo. ¿Qué van a ser feos, boludo? Altos pezones tiene esa mina. ¿O qué va a ser fea, boludo? Vos sos fea. Es como Lenny cuando está por recibir un premio, viste que está concentrado. Y nos falta Trellion, que Trellion a qué hora sale del laburo. Qué cagada eso, yo lo pensé. Ayer no hablé con Trellion, no lo vimos. No sé si vos lo viste en algún momento. Pero para pedirle la cuenta, ¿viste? Y de última, si no podés, te logueamos nosotros, te dejamos la ventana ahí. Y fue, amigo, por el PoE, boludo, para que no te pierdas la recompensa, boludo. Ir tomando costumbre ya porque se está perdiendo todo, Trellion. No te das cuenta, pero es un portal, una alita, un divine no sé qué, efecto high no sé cuánto y boludo, a lo largo del año se perdió como 4 recompensas ya. Obvio, boludo. Sí, a mí algunas no me anduvieron algunas de las promociones que tiraron. La última sí me anduvo y no me gustó. La de Character Effect del muerte, ¿viste? Demasiado vistoso, no me agradó. O sea, no estaba mal, pero boludo, te rompe las pelotas. Cada vez que muere un bicho hace un efecto re gigante, ocupa toda la pantalla con un montón de colores. Pará, boludo, demasiado.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
A ver, Gastón. Qué culito, ¿eh? ¿Todo eso es tuyo?
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
Todo arranca por un bully, ¿viste? ¿Qué te pasa, guachín? Oh, buenísimo. Login. ¡Oh! ¿Y esa? No. Esa no la vi venir, ¿eh? ¿Un dragón? Nah. Para vos, Diablo 4, para vos. No. Es lo que vos hacés, yo lo hago mejor, siempre.
I will find you.
Tu druida al lado del mío parece un vómito.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth.
Ok.
This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman,
Okay.
you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's maul. To turn
Maul.
into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast
Ok.
it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was
O sea,
seamless and
gemas y
immediate.
arma,
Changing
gemas y
forms
arma.
should be
Bueno,
something
es buena
that you do without
interacción,
even thinking
¿eh?
about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam.
Bien.
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing,
La
it means you
espalda,
have
¿no?
enough rage
Claro.
to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
Y ahí tenés una endurance charge también, mira.
The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Claro, tiene un poco de Berserk, ¿no? De ¿cómo que se
You
llama?
can
De-
even use it with Ancestral Call, a
De
skill that
guerrero,
turns
claro.
you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bearpocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious.
No,
Even
el
just the wolf's basic
99%
attack
del
will leap forward
servidor
and
va a
rake his
jugar,
foes.
va a jugar, va a
After
jugar
attacking,
druida,
the wolf
olvidate.
stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage
Como un
the more wolves you
necromancer,
have,
¿no? Tenés
to
unas
make sure you
pets.
keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other
mira, tenés como un Warcry pero frío.
Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk
Medio
about the third form
cosquillita le
available to the
hace, ¿no?
druid,
Igual.
and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a
Parecía que
number
pegaba
of long-range
poquito.
breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online.
Claro, vas
When using
comiéndote los
Rend, you can
bichos.
consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning.
Y después
Not only
tirás.
does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die.
Medio
When you see
lento
this blue
este,
marker,
¿no?
just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours.
Mira,
Spitting a
pico
barrage
un
of oil at
petróleo.
your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well.
Bien,
and you know what
bien,
else
bien.
likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Buenísimo el lugar donde eligieron para
Now
mostrar
there
la
are a few
habilidad.
other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could
mira.
use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
Ah, no, pero
There's
el
a whole
juego se va a
pile more,
poner re
but we'll leave
picante.
those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Oh,
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After
What?
dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just
Eso
show
está
a few from each class
buenardo.
for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle.
el remontador de
The
barriletes.
Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
Ah, mira, es como un
And with
Twisted
converging
Fate.
paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also
no, pero
continuously
estuvieron
grants
laburando
glory,
de verdad,
allowing you to use
boludo.
your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
No. Es mucho, boludo, es mucho.
It is a
Llamalo a Trelion, boludo, decirle que venga.
in the dark. Machines still churn. The temple has many functions. And with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets.
No, ya sé que quiero hacer este verano, boludo, jugar al PoE 2.
Sacrifice. And
What?
somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It.
¿Son tetas eso? Ay, culos.
Come now. Give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Llename el culo de leche, le dijo Doriani. No.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Ese
In
Marky.
the fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Ah, te sube el nivel.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
Ok.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Ah, no, las animaciones que
Itzeri is on
pelaron
the far
tan
side of the
nazi.
temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them?
Se vuelven locos.
Normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Ah, te va a cagar la vida.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster.
Bien.
Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Ah, van a quedar únicos raros.
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Okay.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Quiperlatal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
Okay.
And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
Ah, bien. Así recuperas las runas esas caras.
Something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
Okay.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the League mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss, but there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses, but you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal, or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you
ya se
shouldn't
está
have
poniendo
to
cada
have
vez
it on
más
every map
picante,
anymore,
¿no?
we
El
still
endgame.
did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
Okay.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life. In addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being
Sí,
higher
a mí me gustaba, pero
only applies to regular
era demasiado
monsters, not
encouraged a un
We
gameplay
have
muy
also
defensivo,
reduced
me
the speed
parece.
modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Bueno.
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
A la billetera.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles
No está
around.
mal igual, es gracioso.
The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal.
Oh.
Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself.
No, es lo mismo que el violeta,
A
no me gusta.
Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit
Oh,
for
ese
the
está
treacherous
bueno,
seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the
Me va la
classic
piernita
tricorn
esa
and of
de
course,
palo.
a pigly. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields.
Muy bueno el
After a
escudo, ¿no?
long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here.
Gia, boludo.
What
Pintó
better to accompany you
el
in
mar,
Kraken's
boludo.
Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Sí,
Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time,
yo también.
we'll post the
Pero
patch
está
notes.
bien.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our
Ya
latest
está, ya
developments.
empezó, ya
We're
está.
looking
La
forward to playing
perdimos.
alongside our fellow
Dame
shapeshifting
mi skin
exiles,
que me voy,
or
boludo.
we're uncovering Lost Vow secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Ahí vengo. Ahí vengo. Voy a fumar una sequita.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vial League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny, because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. and that adds a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
you were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So it's pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf.
Se te escucha medio raro en el micrófono,
like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor.
Sí, se te escuchaba como que estabas medio lejos.
Elemental damage is a thing, and like you know, there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed.
Ahora se te escucha normal.
It was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really.
Lo voy a mutear acá esto porque no tengo ni ganas de escuchar lo que dice. Sí. ¿Vos estás escuchando? Bueno, entonces te segundeo. ¿No?
The other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy. So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Sí, dale, sí, hace la corta.
They're exploding and you're putting extra things on the ground.
Se pone a decir pelotudeces,
There's definitely some boss deletion going on there.
Even just
a mí me gustaría irme acá y subirme una Ferrari.
Going out, and then there's that plant support gem.
Estamos hablando de PoE.
All right, it's putting the new...
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. And I'm like,
I don't know. I will see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like, oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive.
El juego ya está roto antes de salir.
But that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get a note. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
yeah, you gotta...
Tiene que haber una argumentación lógica para que el juego esté roto. No todo tiene que... hay que arreglar todo. Hay que arreglar todo. El juego es divertido también. Lo puedo dejar un poquito roto.
Line of text. Now, that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like, the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman.
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that, you know, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time. And I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. Are you actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line? It's like, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like they're their kind of their thoughts, I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But would it be completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class?
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually, how it works and what allows, having...
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right?
Es un weapon type, claro.
Yeah.
Now it's to make that possible.
Está bien, Sigiri, boludo, ¿qué pasó?
Unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like, the idea of, like, why are things, like, so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to
¿Puedo usar un mazo con hechicera?
In the future, you can blur the lines a little bit. Like, there's maybe in the future, you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got, like, strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do, like, cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Like, it's interesting, actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of, like, get the, like, where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of, like, just pure nature, like, physical damage spells on the on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like, here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where, like, now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of, like, thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like, I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but, like, we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around, like, watering the rangers' plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like,
it's a thing.
I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you, like, kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the, like, druid stuff is pre-established as, like, you got plants, and you got, like, nature, and you got, like, lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like, every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just, like, the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of, like, all the furries come out of the woodwork and, like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like, we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like it's not really, there's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool. But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of a range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, like as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. Okay. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds? Yeah, that sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so you
on
could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra, I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says do not translate on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on, what's it called?
PoE one's, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But, it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But, yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy. And I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it, like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. Sure. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually. Like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And, but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any this like weird open stuff anymore. Yeah,
that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passives. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's really the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits PoE.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like, we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like, we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like.
I love the secret stuff. Yeah. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned.
out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works. So
like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah, mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything.
Claro, no es la rutina de
ellos
presentar dos cosas a la vez.
In the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like
not at all, right?
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure.
Sí, claro. Todo el día dibujando culitos. Está.
I was praising the equality of it. Like, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campain. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat. So going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate. It's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms. Like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past. You've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like, that's stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking the world stuff.
The PoE 1 style, betrayal basement. You just so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, this makes sense.
Sacó la verga y lo meó a Chris Wilson.
In the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Mesamites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing. Yeah,
okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
Yeah, and then this one here, I think like you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like post release and everything. And,
claro.
The amount of content you need for a league.
Ya se está poniendo cada vez más denso el juego. Parece PoE 1 ya.
Sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and
y las nuevas gemas soporte, nuevas armas, nuevos cosos, se sobrepasa con todo lo demás. Y ya tenés un camión de información para armar personajes.
We're gonna have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large, but really in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well. If you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like. Certainly the number of expanded craft.
Puede ser, a mí me da la sensación también.
We could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
Bueno, esto se está poniendo a la vez que fuimos al asado, ¿te acordás?
Everyone's going to think that the
game me invitaste a tomar whisky, yo vomité en el cantero. Ese día cuando me volví en el Uber me dio una idea.
And then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
yeah,
good, right?
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
You know, and I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will. Like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Sí.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other
Aparte
things
es divertido, estás ahí adentro tocando botones.
You can only, you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps. And then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store 10
anywhere
runs,
in between.
10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true.
We've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again,
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. You know. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where. It's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
I mean the temple we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage.
It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay.
Invita una chica, por lo menos.
Well, you always want it to be both
travesti,
feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage. And
no
also
ni para un
not feel
travesti,
so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what the
llamalo al portero, decirle que venga a brindar, feliz año nuevo.
I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this
La
like,
puta madre,
broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and
Marolio,
basically changes
no?
into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do. And we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak, of...
Yeah, like you're getting a lesser jewels orb in Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that then. It felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
Yeah, I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft it first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Vial Orbs there as well to kind of
I didn't want the Vial Orbs to just, I mean, you'd still use them on lightweight stones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE 1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls it. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vial pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know.
A mí me parece divertido lo de hacer los únicos medio como un raro, viste, que lo podés craftear un poco, que le podés meter mano. Me parece interesante. Sí, me hace acordar un poco al Diablo 4, la de meterle el único, digamos, el afijo único a un raro y subirlo de nivel, ¿no? Como para darle vida en el endgame, como dijo acá el amigo. Y esa posibilidad de transformar los únicos le da la posibilidad al usuario de armar una build alrededor de un único y no perder esa build en un nivel determinado, ¿no? Poder seguir jugándola por el resto del juego.
Good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun, and then you do the cool things. You just get these really. I assume you're going to get some that have these. You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the
Okay.
you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously,
Yep.
since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like, it, you know, a bunch of
So-
stuff. So.
It's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in
Yeah.
a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
yeah, that makes sense
Yeah.
for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems. I
it
imagine.
doesn't quite. So, I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in
Yeah.
some sense, you know? So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
You're already
normal
doing it,
gems at this
yeah.
point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
it's like the glory on the
Yeah,
skills
glory
is kind of Val
like,
souls.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's
Yeah.
kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value
right.
at this point, I think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's a like a post-release feature, you know. Not
¿Te cansaste de escuchar a CGD? Es como una vieja cheta, CGD, boludo. Es como una señora de Recoleta, ¿viste? Tiene los cachetitos rosaditos y se ríe. Y te digo que es medio, ¿cómo es que se llama esta pibita? Es medio Karina Jelinek por momentos. Es medio que es un dinosaurio vivo, ¿viste? Decís, no, pará, CGD, boludo, pará. Aguantá, no me digas que, boludo, te la creíste. Es tan inocente, boludo, tiene esa carita. Me hace acordar a mi amigo Alfonso, que vive acá cerca. Que mide 1,50 m, es así muy peticito. Y tiene una carita parecida. Pibe que tocaba un teclado en una época. Hicimos una banda de tipo de Depeche Mode. Y tocaba el teclado Alfonso. Escalera Caracol se llamaba la banda. Escalera Caracol. La puta madre. Beuter es el apellido. A ver si lo encuentro. Ok. Nos vemos, Lucho. Para hasta el 23 será, ¿no? La semana que viene hasta el 23. Perfecto. Sí. Ah, o sea que ya estás de vacaciones casi. Estamos en 4, que faltan 5 días. Bueno, salud. Estaba contento ayer. Me conecté a la noche y ya no estaba Astrelion. Tipo 11 llegué. Sí. No, y es que hacía un calor encima, fue un día de esos re caluroso. Pero... Sí, también. Claro, tuviste que acortar un poco más de joda y dormir un poco más porque te estaba pesando ya. No, y yo en una época iba a laburar y dormía 2 horas, Trellion. Me dormía 15 minutos en el tren, imagínate, como para... Era parte de la dormida. Y si venía uno y me pedía una moneda a la mitad del viaje, me arruinaba el día. Pero bueno, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Yo ya estoy entrando al PoE 2, olvídate. ¿Vos decís que lo va a jugar a alguien? Sí, obvio. No, no, yo no quiero que le vaya mal. Pero a mí me da vergüenza ya de 4. Falló, Trellion, falló. De los RPG, mitad de tabla. ¿Vos decís que menos que mitad de tabla? Puede ser. Yo porque dentro de todo, viste, tiene gráficos que son relativamente nuevos, viste, para placas de video relativamente nuevas, tiene para brindar algo. Y artísticamente tiene un laburo, ¿no? Lo podés quitar que tiene alguna cinemática que está buena, algún boss que esté bien, bien visualmente, algo lindo, qué sé yo, no sé. Por eso. No, la jugabilidad es cero, es cero. Por eso te digo mitad de tabla, porque le... Sí. No, no, no. Jugabilidad no entra ni en los mejores del género, ni de loco, Trillion. La experiencia para el jugador. Vos como cuando te lo guías, ¿qué es lo que te da el juego de recompensas como para que tengas ganas de seguir jugando? Claro, sí. Claro, sí, sí, sí. La parte más de diseño del juego. Cómo está diseñado el juego para... No, no tengo ni idea. No. Yo lo jugué una sola temporada y me pareció un juego muy fácil. Demasiado fácil. Prácticamente no me acuerdo ni cómo era morir. Nada. Creo que me habré muerto con algún boss de una manera medio random, pero los bosses son horribles. Una esponja de daño con unas mecánicas de mierda. No le tenés miedo a los bosses. No son... Tipo, toda la cinemática no te transmiten nada. Más allá de que son re lindas, no es que vos estás asustado. El único que capaz que pegaba era el. ¿Cómo que se llama? Es el que tiene el hacha, como el carnicero era, ¿no? Pero después de que lo peleabas una vez ya se hacía re aburrido pelear contra ese bicho. Y salieron, estaba viendo hoy del Titan Quest 2 van a salir también expansión. Va, expansión no sé si sería, claro, eso. No, y encima con todo el contenido que está sacando la empresa esta, tampoco te deja mucho espacio para jugar a otra cosa. Claro. No, eso es un día. En el día que tenga ganas de jugarlo, lo vas a pasar. Eso es un... Por eso te avisaba, para que lo tengas en cuenta, ¿viste? Porque yo sé que lo compraste y que cuando lo jugaste capaz que no te había gustado. Bueno, ahora tenés otra oportunidad de... Sí. Dale.
SCV ready. Huh? Go ahead. Gotcha. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. The gear. Bad news. SCV ready. SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV ready. What's going? Big job, huh? SCV ready. Ah! SCV ready. Go, go, go! Overtime. Huh? SCV ready. Yeah, whatever.
Our SCVs are under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy? You gonna give me orders? Been waiting on you.
In the rear with the gear. Bad news?
Who wants some? This better be good. Armed and ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Go ahead. It's your dime. SCV ready. What's going on? Yes, sir. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Huh? Ah! You scared me. SCV ready.
Command center upgrade.
Gangway, coming through. We hear you.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Yeah, SCV ready. SCV ready. Why not? This better be good. SCV ready.
Ok.
SCV ready.
¿Qué?
Fueled up, ready to go.
Y se escucha distinto, se escucha distinto. Ahora se te escucha bien, pero antes se te escuchaba medio bajo, va, no bajo, como lejos el micrófono, parecía.
Add-on complete.
Sí, sí, sí. No, no, no. Para nada, se te escucha como siempre.
Got no patience for sitting around. SCV ready. SCV ready. Who wants? You gonna give me orders? SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Dice.
Base is under attack.
By the number. Armed and ready. Been waiting on SCV ready. Go ahead. This better be good. Looking forward to it. SCV ready.
Waiting on you.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready. Uh-huh. Ah! You scared me. Huh? Bad news? Roger. Go ahead. You're the boss. What's our target? Give us your best. By the
Upgrade complete.
in the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Armed and ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Ready to blunder. On my way.
Add-on complete.
Go, go, go!
No, no creo.
Big job, huh? Huh? Who wants some? Gangway, coming through. Bad news? Armed and ready. It's go time. Yeah, yeah. In the rear with... Go ahead. This better be good.
Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Kaboom, baby! Ready to plunder.
Field depleted.
Ready to plunder. Go, go, go! Roger.
Mineral field depleted.
Woohoo! Overtime! What's going on? Who wants some? It's go time! Ah! You scared me!
Mineral field depleted.
This better be good. Been waiting on you. Kaboom, baby! Yes, sir. Can't wait.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
Armed and... This better be good. Get some. By the numbers. Who wants some? It's about to get heavy. You ready for war? Gangway, coming through. Victory. Ready to plunder. You gonna give me orders?
Ready to go!
Will do.
Go ahead. Got no patience.
It's go time. Been waiting on you. Armed and ready.
Ready for dust off.
Let's have a blast. Orders? I'm in a world of hurt. Go, go, go.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
Let's have a blast.
Mineral field depleted.
Lay it off.
Who wants some? Got it.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm on it.
Upgrade complete.
On my way. It's on me.
This better be good.
I'm in deep.
Big job. Go ahead.
Ready for dust off.
We could use some help here. Who wants some?
What's our target?
This better be good. Gangway, coming through.
Ahí vengo. Agua. Ahí volví. ¿Tenés Spotify vos, Trelion? Ah, seguro que se fue. Bueno.
pro vapo em cima do saco. Tugudu, tugudu. Bora, 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 bora. Tem que gravar mais. Tugudu, 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 tugudu. Vai no vapo em cima do saco. Tugudu, 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 tugudu. Vai no vapo em cima do saco. Vai. Caralho. Vai. Vai no vapo em cima do saco. Vai no vapo em cima do sol. Oi.
De madrugada na rua com ela, pensando que vai dar merda. Ela pegando meu peru, eu com o dedo no grelo. De madrugada na rua com ela, pensando que vai dar merda. Ela pegando meu peru, eu com o dedo no grelo.
Novinha, cheio de fogo na pepeca. Chamou as amigas pra pegar o baile do pega. Novinha desce a xereca. A xereca.
Toma que toma, 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 toma que toma, toma, toma,
De madrugada na rua com ela, pensando que vai dar merda. Ela pegando meu peru, eu com o dedo no grelo. De madrugada na rua com ela, pensando.
Buenas noches, te pido por favor que veas de hablar con los DJs de arriba de mí. De verdad es insoportable. Esta es creo que la tercera o la cuarta noche, que están con esa, no, ni siquiera es música, ese ruido taca 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 taca
When I came to Spain and I saw people partying, I thought to myself, what the fuck? All day, all night. All day, all night, 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 all night. What the fuck? All night, all night, all night, all night, all night. All day, all night. What the fuck? All day, all night.
Me das dando y yo te ataco a las millas. Yo quiero ver si en verdad tienes babilla y que en la cama tú haces maravillas. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona, dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona, dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona, dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona, yo soy friquitona. Oh no, quiero que todo está bajo control. Hey, friquitona, esto viene la reunión de Chenchi y Marty. Dale friquitona.
Ella es friki,
Friquitona, oh no.
ella es friki.
Dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona. Dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona. Dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona. Dale friquitona. Por eso friki, 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 friquitona. Yo soy friquitona. Oye chiquilla, me estás tentando y yo te ataco a las millas. Yo quiero ver si en verdad tienes babilla y que en la cama tú haces maravillas.
Ella se tira, se chuta cuando ve la vida. Como la pongo a toda rodilla, ella es la divina. Si te duerme, ella está activida. De tu talento, también a la mía.
súbete la falda, me gusta esa blusa. No, you know what's up, que siempre abusa. Sé que andas en alta, te dejo de la musa. Derecha, mami, está en el club, baby, muévelo al revés. Cuando yo quiero, yo no sé, sube y bájalo otra vez. Estoy con el crew y nos fumamos 2 o 3. Bailame la CRG, let's go, a CRG. dejé, ella se dejó y yo me la llevé. Hacemos el boogie, hacemos wikiridi. Ella lo pidió y yo sin miedo se lo di. Ella se dejó y yo me la llevé. Hacemos el boogie, hacemos wikiridi. Ella lo pidió y yo sin miedo se lo di. Let's go, hacer dejé. Ella se dejó y yo me la llevé. Hacemos el boogie, hacemos wikiridi. Ella lo pidió y yo sin miedo se lo di. Let's go. Baby, muévelo al revés. Cuando yo quiero, yo no sé. Subí y bajarlo otra vez. Estoy con el crew y nos fumamos 2 o 3. Bailame la CRG. Let's go, a CRG. Dejé. Ella se dejó y yo me la llevé. Hacemos el boogie, hacemos wikiridi. Ella lo pidió y yo sin miedo se lo di.
Nah, 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 nah. ¿Estás ahí, Treleón? Ahí está. No, te me habías ausentado un rato o capaz que estabas en silencio, no sé. Yo me puse a hablar acá con un amigo en el WhatsApp y me recolgué. Sí, hace como 10 minutos. No, estaba en silencio completo y nunca se escuchó ni un ruido, por eso te digo. No sabía si te habías ido o no, porque estuve hablando acá por el WhatsApp, escuchando música, no sé, escuchando audios, onda, usé mi WhatsApp un montón, ¿viste? Y nunca se escuchaba nada y en un momento pensé si se te había ido, digo, capaz que, qué sé yo, estabas ahí tomando champán y te habías ido a fumar y te habías, qué sé yo. Te había pegado el champán y te habías puesto a hacer algo, podía ser. No tomamos champán todos los días, ¿no? Calculo que te agarrara un poquito de alegría, ¿no? ¿O ya dejaste de tomar? No, olvídate, bueno, pero las burbujas, viste que pega más con burbuja. Es distinto el efecto. Y aparte es la costumbre, como te decía yo, viste, el cuerpo se acostumbra. Si vos tomás birra, por ejemplo, te podés tomar 10 birras y una persona que no toma birra toma 2 vasos y ya se marea, viste. Hmm. Es el acostumbramiento del cuerpo. A mí, yo, el vino blanco por lo general no compro nunca y champán menos. O sea, en ocasiones contadas, muy poco. Eventos muy especiales. Así que sí, no sabría decirte. En Europa hay gente que cena con champán. Sí, claro. Sí. Y sí, a mí me pasó lo mismo. Me compré la semana pasada, un amigo me dijo, che, hay en promoción un vino. Si te gustan los Malbec, no sé qué, a mí me gustó. Y cuando lo vi, viste, era un poco más de la calidad, un poco menor de lo que yo compro, viste, valía 3.500 pesos. Estaba rebajado de 4.000 y pico, pero igual, era un vino, viste, no era un vino parecía de los que compro yo, viste, y me tomé media botella y me quedaba dormido, Trellion, pero parecía que me había tomado 4 somníferos. No sabes el sueño que tenía. Se me cerraban los ojos directamente. No llegaba a las 11 de la noche, Trellion. A las 10:30 de la noche ya me estaba quedando dormido. Y eso no me pasa nunca. ¿Cómo ir a dormir a las 10:30 de la noche? Es muy... Y bueno, pero puede ser también, capaz que estaba mareado y a veces hay gente que le duele la cabeza, a mí me agarró sueño, qué sé yo, viste, fue una respuesta del cuerpo de... Algo me pasó, algo distinto, me sentí distinto, me fui a dormir por eso, pues no... Igual no dormí mal, ¿eh? No me desperté con resaca tampoco. Eso es bueno, viste, no era un vino tan trucho. Y al otro día, sabes que al otro día no me hizo nada ya. O sea, me pegó, pero no me quedé dormido ya. Pero también es como yo te digo, ¿viste? Tiene que ver la costumbre al cuerpo. Sí, no, más que nada si tomás siempre la misma marca también. Si tomás siempre una marca que vos sabés que es buena, y compras siempre la misma y tomás siempre la misma proporción, el cuerpo ya se acostumbró y no te hace tanto efecto. Ahora, si cambias de marca, capaz que no te hace mucho efecto, pero puede generar algún tipo de malestar, ¿viste? Depende de la calidad del producto, ¿no? Sí, ¿viste? ¿Qué sé yo? La conservación también. Hay marcas que si están mucho tiempo ahí en el supermercado, no las compra nadie, se ponen medio podridas, ¿viste? Y si vos compras una calidad buena, si yo compras trumpeter, va cada 10 minutos va uno y agarra una botella. Esas botellas se van como agua, ¿viste? Entonces no es que está estacionado ahí 3 años, ¿viste? Sí, 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 sí. Sí, 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 un sello de seguridad, algo que tiene que ver con autenticidad del producto. Bien, no, no lo sabía eso, Trelion. Buen dato, ¿eh? Gracias. Muy bueno el dato. Lo voy a empezar a chequear el trumpete. Igual no creo, tampoco quiero pecar de inocente, ¿no? Pero el supermercado donde compro vino, yo te conté, es un supermercado chino, pero no es un chino común. Es un chino muy premium que hay acá, en lo que era un tipo, un mega supermercado de una marca acá local. Y pusieron un chino que tiene muy buenos vinos, tienen todo, muchos clientes, ¿viste? Vienen a comprar muchos vinos y el vino es como la parte más importante y dudo que se vayan a quemar por algo así. Capaz que sí, no lo sé. Pero a mí eso ya me quita un poco de la situación, ¿viste? Porque viste que hay supermercados que son medio chuki. Yo si voy al chino de que está acá cruzando la vía, que es el que técnicamente tendría que ir porque me queda más cerca, no podés comprarle ni una feta de salame porque está vencida la feta de salame. Las salchichas están verdes, las galletitas están húmedas y tiene toda mercadería así, toda maltratada. Y vende eso. Y hay gente que lo compra porque pasa por la calle, vive en otro lado y está en la parada de colectivo, entra, agarra un paquete de galletita, entra, agarra una gaseosa, entra. Y el tipo vive de eso, ¿viste? Es como un kiosco gigante sería. Pero si vos te querés ir a comprar alimentos y te arriesgás a morir ahí, porque básicamente está toda la mercadería maltratada. Si los tipos son resucios, es un asco el local que tienen, la gente trabaja de mal humor, ¿viste? Es todo medio rehabilitación de Paco, parece más que un supermercado chino. Hmm. Que suele pasar, ¿viste? Allá en Santa Teresita es peor todavía el chino. Entrás y te tenés que tapar la nariz porque parece que hay un muerto ahí adentro. Y si los tipos laburan, no les importa nada. Está la mina ahí, tiene un monitor que ve la televisión china y está ahí sentada, tirada, siempre igual, y está todo tirado, está todo bien en los proveedores de, la mina putea, ¿viste? Como son algunos. Debe ser jodido venir de otro país a laburar. Sobre todo a Argentina en esas condiciones, ¿viste? Así que sí, bastante para atrás. Igual hay otros más grandes que son buenos supermercados chinos. Vos sabés que en la costa venden mucho en verano. Entonces hay buenos supermercados chinos. Yo te estoy mencionando el que tengo a la vuelta de mi casa, que es el que tenés que ir a comprar la botella de agua gigante. Porque no vas a ir con el auto a buscar una botella de agua, ¿viste? Y vos sabés que en la costa no podés tomar ni el agua de la canilla ni de cerca. No la podés ni mirar. Sí, olvídate. Sí, eso es lo que me decía el tipo de ahí, el albañil que construyó la casa. Sí, sí, me decía eso. Hay lugares que tienen agua corriente, que tienen una red de agua. No, no, a mí me rompen el ojete con impuestos. Yo pago 8.000 pesos de medidor, Trillion, y no estoy ahí. No vivo ahí. En mi casa de la costa, Trillion. Y eso es de impuesto. 10 lucas por no estar ahí. Y eso sumale todos los demás impuestos, todo. No, yo la verdad no lo puedo creer. Buenos Aires es una mierda, boludo. Son los hijos de puta. Y ahora parece que van a seguir aumentando impuestos este año, no sé, una cagada. Sí, sí, pero porque tienen todos muchos impuestos. Yo veo acá enfrente el municipio y tienen todo como 10 camionetitas nuevas. Pusieron todo un montón de patrulleros de municipales, policía. ¿Quién va a pagar todo eso, boludo? ¿Qué? Porque hay un par de chorritos que no querés meter en cana, boludo. Metele una bomba y que se exploten todo, boludo. No me podés tener de rehén a mí, pagar el helicóptero, la patrulla antiosos, boludo. Porque anda a cagar, ¿entendés? Es ineficiente todo, boludo. Llamá al ejército, meté el ejército y explotalos a todos a tiro, boludo. ¿A mí qué me importa? ¿O no, Trillion? Voy a andar pagando, boludo, boludo, que van a hacer un equipo de municipal para combatir cada mal que aparezca, boludo, pará. Es una locura. Pedís ayuda a otros países, armás una solución, tipo Bukele, ahí, pin, metés a todos presos y listo, ya está. El que es peruano lo mandamos a Perú y el que es paraguayo lo mandamos a Paraguay, no volvés a entrar más, se termina todo. Y terminá la villa, terminá con todo, chao. No hay más Paco, no hay más nada. Porque todo es por el narco, Trelion. Estos son todos narcos, estos tipos. Si hicieron edificios, yo estaba viendo ayer, estaba pasando para ir a comprar y el edificio de la vuelta de mi casa ya tiene 9 años en construcción, Trelion. Y no está ni terminado. No, es una lavada de guita gigante lo que hicieron ahí. Una lavada de guita gigante. Y así ni me quiero imaginar, porque si llegaron hasta este punto tan bizarro de tardar 9 años en hacer un edificio, ni me quiero imaginar si mirás los números de la municipalidad, la cantidad de cosas raras que debe haber. Pero bueno, en las buenas noticias van a abrir un local de comida china acá a la vuelta de mi casa. A mí me encanta la comida china. Mirá. Los fideitos me gustan a mí, chow mein me gusta. Sí, fui un montón de veces. Sí, creo que compramos, comí. El pato pequinés ese también compramos. Sí, sí. No, a mí me gusta la comida china. Y esta franquicia se llama, a ver, ya te digo. Gourmet de Shanghái se llama. Shanghai Express, sí, este es. Shanghai Express se llama. ¿Lo conocés vos, Treleon? No, yo no lo conocía tampoco, lo están abriendo acá. Pero es una franquicia, ¿viste? Están armando un local con todo, ¿viste? Como si fuese un McDonald's. Con televisores y cosas así, ¿viste? De franquicia, ¿viste? No es un restaurante ni local, sino, bueno, sí, es un restaurante local, pero trajeron un montón de cartelería, un montón de televisores, no sé si va a tener una máquina que virtual que te atiende o esas cosas tipo McDonald's y toda esa movida, ¿viste? Lo cual me parece perfecto porque compite contra el Mostaza y compite contra las empanadas de ahí, los otros. Es todo acá en el centro de acá, la mayoría es todo medio franquicia, ¿viste? Mismo la farola es re rápido, boludo. Yo voy a comer ahí la farola y te atienden, vas ahí, pum, milanesa, a los 10 minutos viene pinto, más milanesa. Sí, totalmente, sí, sí, sí. No, yo este año me cansé, Trellion, tiene un menú de 20 pesos, vale el menú de la farola. Una vez por semana iba, ¿viste? Por 20.000 pesos te dan postre, te dan gaseosa, te dan milanesa con cheddar o no sé, qué sé yo, tienen un montón de platos. Al mediodía. Claro, sí, sí, tiene menú ejecutivo y tienen varios menús. Hay de varios precios, ¿viste? Yo me compré el de 20.000 porque es el más premium de todos, ¿viste? No, igual hace bastante que no voy. Ahí vengo. Me voy a servir un vasito de yogur. Vale. A ver.
row, and they all had these new short haircuts and stuff. It was pretty funny. So Mike wrote some stuff on his bass about friends not letting friends get friends haircuts.
Metallica is all about music.
Equipo ganador no se cambia, así que volverían a llamar al productor del disco negro, el señor Bob Rock. Sónicamente este disco es magnífico.
We said to Bob, you know, we'd really like to still try and make this record sound closer to what we sound like live. And Bob said, if that's what you really want, you and James, you're gonna have to take a step back and let the other guys come up and be more a part of it to get that whole band thing.
Durante esta época se compusieron alrededor de 30 canciones y Lars, que había estado bastante manija con los Guns N' Roses, tenía la idea de editar un disco doble separado y que salga el mismo día a la venta, al igual que había pasado con los Use Your Illusion Parte 1 y Parte 2. Pero cuando empezaron a grabar las bases de batería y a cerrar las canciones, se dieron cuenta que iban a tardar banda de tiempo, sumado a que hacía bastante que estaban fuera del ojo público.
You know, the studio's fun for 6 months. Any more than that, you know, you're pulling hair, you're going insane. It's like, we gotta get out of here. We're gonna start playing these songs. I mean, come on now, this is enough.
Así que decidieron elegir 14 canciones, meterlas dentro de un solo disco, editarlas, salir de gira y para cuando pudieran volverían al estudio y terminarían con el resto de las canciones. Se sabe que en los discos clásicos de Metallica, Hetfield y Ulrich armaban todas las bases y dejaban todo preparadito para que el resto de la banda simplemente vaya y grabe lo suyo. Acá aflojaron y si bien encararon la base de los temas, le dieron más libertad al resto de la banda para que arreglen sus partes.
Let us be able to, you know, voice our opinions and really show our stuff this time.
So been a lot of comments in the interviews that it's a lot more of a band effort this time, but Jason didn't actually get a single writing credit. Can you explain that?
Basically because a lot of the stuff that Jason writes is very similar to where we've been in the last 12 years or so.
Hello darkness, my old friend.
Este es el primer disco de Metallica donde Hammett graba guitarras rítmicas.
Live, James and I are playing rhythm guitar simultaneously, and on previous albums there's always James doing all the rhythms. I played rhythm on this album. I like to say that there's a new guitar player in Metallica, and it's me.
Durante esta época medio que a Hetfield le costaba un poco la fama y la exposición, mientras que por otro lado a Hammett y a Ulrich les encantaba. Es durante esta época que Ulrich deja de juntarse tanto con James y empieza a pasar más tiempo con Hammett.
Okay, this is Metallica TV. And you are with the more handsome half of Metallica.
A Lars y a Hammett los unía su pasión por las bandas nuevas.
Here is Slayer. Oh no.
No, even heavier.
This is just to piss James off. I like him and Kurt likes him. Anyway, here's Oasis on Metallica TV. This is for James.
Los unía su pasión por el arte y también los unía su pasión por...
Does this mean I have to pay up?
Pay up, baby, right now. Oh, do you have to roll it like that?
Sorry. We would probably play Columbia.
We'd like to play everywhere, you know, that we possibly can, but as far as the ends coming together.
La tapa de este disco es una obra de Andrés Serrano llamada Sangre y Semen 3. Hammett encontró la imagen en un libro, a Lars le encantó y hasta el día de la fecha Hetfield la odia.
The album's called Load. You know, American slang, you know, shoot your load, or, you know, it's just like, you know.
Y Hetfield, como buen macho que es, también odiaba ciertas actitudes que tenían Lars y Kirk durante esa época.
The lyrics are very heavy as well, but we'll talk about those a bit later on. Right, okay. In the 5 years between Load and the previous album, did a lot of things happen to kind of change and influence this record just in that 5-year period?
Huh?
Cambian el logo de la banda por uno más achanchado y es acá donde nace la famosa estrellita ninja de Metallica. De las fotos del librito se encargó Anton Corbijn, les dejo el apellido acá abajo, un tipo que trabajó con estrellas de la talla de YouTube de Pitch Mode. Las fotos de este librito son increíbles y a continuación yo les voy a hacer mi top 3 de fotitos. Todo adentro, nada afuera, loco por Mary. Y esto no es Nirvana, esto no es Slash, estas son Metallica, las diosas del trash. Año 1996 salen a la cancha con Load, pones play y ¿con qué te encontrás?
But I said, we don't give a shit! Now I feel fucking great, baby!
Rock, birrita. Este es un temazo. James aclara que cuando dice perro puta no se está refiriendo a una mujer, sino que se está refiriendo a un problema. Ain't my bitch, no es mi problema, no es cosa mía, arréglense. La derecha trayera de Hetfield dice presente durante 3 segundos. Y guarda con Hammett que no solamente coescribió la mitad de este disco, sino que a pesar de toda la historia que tiene solamente pisando el guagua, en este disco nos sorprende con una zarpada cantidad de recursos. Por ejemplo, en el solo de esta canción, usa el slide. ¿2x4? Escucha esa intro. Saca del medio, Lombardo. Otro temazo bien guerrero, la letra de esta canción James se la dedica a todas esas envidiosas que hablan por detrás de él.
Two by four es un pedazo de madera de 2x4, así de medida. Básicamente cuando le dicen un 2x4 es que te voy a partir un palo en la cara.
Y es genial el solo blusero que se manda Hetfield. Tenemos un arranque más calmo en la casa que Jack construyó. Loco, nos quedamos sin falopa.
Listo, se cancela la gira. Le voy a avisar a Argentina.
Se pone más pesado. Podríamos decir que en una onda Zappa True. ¿No? Y acá para el solo Hammett usa...
No, estoy viendo un resumen del disco de Metallica. Un amigo me mandó una foto del iPod ahí, estoy escuchando Metallica, no sé qué. Y yo lo tenía ese disco, debe estar acá arriba, en alguna caja. Y... No, un disco re viejo de los 90. Yo me lo compré en un Musimundo cuando tenía 17 años. Y yo le estaba diciendo eso justamente. Le digo, mirá, yo ese disco me lo compré, me gustó mucho, pero tengo la sensación de que no es un disco completo, parece un disco que está desconectado, como que no le faltan canciones o algo, porque te da la sensación de que hay canciones que están muy buenas y después, no sé, como que falta la unidad del disco, ¿no? Está como medio desbalanceado de alguna manera. No sé, yo teniendo referencia discos que más me gustaron, por lo general suelen tener distintos matices, momentos que caen, momentos que suben, y en los contrastes se ve mucho los distintos estilos que quiere mostrar una banda, ¿no? Como parte de un repertorio. Y este disco parece que tiene 4 temas que los pones así, 4, pasás al 7, pasás al 11, y en el medio tiene temas que son parecidos a los otros, pero capaz que no tienen el mismo... ¿Entendés? Como que no parece ser un disco, sino me parece ser medio un quilombo. No lo escuché todavía. Dale.
El Talbox. Pero son re careta, loco.
Yo jamás haría algo así.
El primer... ¡Está loco!
Yo jamás haría algo así.
El primer corte de difusión de este disco fue Anti the Sleep, y el videoclip de esta canción horrorizó a los metaleros más true. aparecían los Metallica totalmente maquillados con una canción lenta, soltate del coso. Líricamente, esta canción trata sobre la mamá de James, la cual murió de cáncer cuando este tenía 16 años.
Ok,
My
gracias,
parents
Trillion.
were raising me as a Christian scientist.
¿Cómo?
Which basically you're not believing in doctors and, you know, God will fix whatever ails you. And it was difficult. It was very alienating for me as a child.
El demo de esta canción se llamó FOB por Feel on Black Days de Soundgarden. Porque resulta que cuando estaban componiendo esta canción tenía ciertas reminiscencias al tema de Soundgarden por la métrica, por ciertas notas, etcétera, etcétera. Este es uno de los mejores temas en la historia de Metallica. El bajo de Jason nos da la bienvenida a King Nothing. Tema redondo. Estribillo perfecto. Un gran solo de Hammett.
Ok.
Y la canción termina con un pequeño guiño a Enter Sandman.
We've been throwing around a few names, and so I want to call it the delicate sounds of Metallica, but no one else.
Temazo alterno 90. El punteo que se manda Hammett en esta canción.
I think the sound on this album is a lot more diverse.
En la historia de Metallica, el disco es el tema que sigue. Los digo porque para mí la joya del disco es el tema que sigue. Inicio de la canción son dos notas de las cuales una se repite un par de veces.
But you guys aren't playing just as much. El verso la verdad que me embola bastante, pero el estribillo tiene un punteo de viola de fondo que hace... Es sencillamente tremendo. Bien birrero. Lo que me pasa con este que el tiempo de la bata medio que me achancha un poquito. Cualquier persona que no haya escuchado el disco o cualquier persona que tenga dramas para entrarle a esta placa, yo le recomiendo que empiece por acá. Con un amigo en el comedor de su casa y cuando se acerca saco el título de la canción con el country y es
que admitir que nunca me pude enganchar con Thor Within.
Pasó.
Hence the hat.
Mama Say tiene un gran videoclip. Tengo que admitir que nunca me pude enganchar con Thor Within. Esta es la canción que tiene ese riff en el estribillo. Es bastante parecido a... una de las canciones más bardeadas en la historia de Metallica. Y estoy seguro que gran parte de la gente que bardea esta canción nunca la escuchó. Es la típica que dicen, loco, Logan es una mierda, de careta. Mirá cómo se llama la canción, Ronnie le pusieron. Es un temazo blusero. El estribillo está perfecto, los riffs están perfectos, la onda, la letra, está... alto tema, Ronnie. Llegamos al cierre épico del disco con...
That's probably more of a Metallica song than most of the others. I think it's more of the old style. I
It
think.
reminds me of that of like Ride the Lightning stuff, the epicness of it all. You know, really, that's cool.
Acá lo tenemos a James a puro corazón valiente. Hay una sección en el medio que es por escándalo la parte más pasional del disco. Y si mi cara se vuelve sincera, prepárate. ¡Uy! ¡Esa letraza, mamá! Esta canción cierra con una zapadita bastante larga. Originalmente el tema duraba 10 minutos y monedita, pero la canción fue recortada para que entre en el CD. La versión original y extendida se puede encontrar en el single de la canción The Memory Remains, la cual saldría más adelante. Vale aclarar que las tapas de los singles correspondientes a este disco tenían como portada el test de las manchas de Rorschach. Esta es la prueba de esas manchas que los psicólogos te hacen ver y te preguntan qué es lo que ves, y dependiendo de lo que ves te dicen si estás loquito o no estás loquito. Una concha. Una concha. ¿Un paraguas? Este disco debutó en el puesto número 1, vendió millones de copias, salieron de gira con localidades agotadas por todos lados y los metaleros más true le pegaron de arriba abajo. Perdieron a un montón de los primeros fans de la banda, pero al mismo tiempo ganaron muchos fans nuevos, los famosos caretas. Finalizada la gira de este disco, los Metallica se metieron a terminar las canciones que quedaban y en el año 97 editaron Reload. Pero esta es otra historia. Para mí lo único malo que tiene es ese mal de los 90, esa necesidad de llenar absolutamente todo el CD hasta el último segundo, bastante largo, medio al pepe. Por eso yo al Load de Metallica le voy a poner un 8 faquitas. Discazo para el solcito, para la birrita y por momentos para ponerse medio melancólico. Un gran disco. Muchas gracias por mirar. Les pido por favor que se suscriban y nos vemos la próxima en Faquita.
Hola. ¿Ya te suscribiste?
No, ¿para qué?
Y para ayudar a que haya más contenido.
Ja, solamente los giles se suscriben.
Así que los giles. Vení para acá.
No, ¿sabes qué? Mejor me voy a suscribir.
Ya es un poquito tarde para eso, pichón. Date vueltita.
Miren. La vida de Twiggy.
For people that don't know, first of all, anything about Marilyn Manson, you look at the bio in the name, the last name of like Berkowitz, Gacy, Manson, Ramirez. Is there like some sort of serial killer obsession here? Were you guys bummed out about Jeffrey Dahmer?
I felt a little hard.
Little? Very little.
Yeah.
Do you guys have an obsession with serial killers, or?
No more than the rest of America does.
Right.
I think it's kind of a reflection of what America's about. The name Marilyn Manson came from watching a lot of talk shows and reading, Hollywood Babylon, that type of literature, and realizing that Marilyn Monroe and Charles Manson, to me, were the most memorable people from the 60s for their own separate reasons. And putting those two together was a pretty powerful balance that was kind of irreconcilable, like male and female, positive and negative, good
Now the
evil.
band, you guys come from Florida.
Right.
And how did everybody sort of hook up?
Our guitarist, Daisy Berkowitz, and I met and started writing songs together. We weren't sure. Our guitarist, Daisy Berkowitz, and I met.
These guys sound great. Always acoustic. How you doing? Feeling better? There is. You know the other good one? Okay, this is Scott.
I sent him to the country and I fed him on gingerbread.
favorite serial killers? You know, how'd you come up with some of these?
Well, I'm Daisy Berkowitz, and Daisy comes from one of several things, either Daisy Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard, or the Daisy BB gun collection, or Daisy from Great Gatsby, and there's Berkowitz, David Berkowitz, son of Sam Killer.
country, the country.
Released on October 8, 1996, Antichrist Superstar propelled Marilyn Manson onto the world stage and solidified their place as one of the... But who... Released on October 8, 1996, Antichrist Superstar propelled Marilyn Manson onto the world stage and solidified their place as one of the world's most controversial rock artists. A wonderfully dark, atmospheric, and aggressive record, it's the perfect subject for our inaugural episode. Let's talk about 5 things that make Antichrist Superstar a special listening experience. We're dimming the lights and spinning Marilyn Manson's classic Antichrist Superstar. Tonight on Sounds Pretty Grim. There are plenty of reasons why Antichrist Superstar is both famous and infamous. It was a commercial and critical success, a lightning rod for controversy, with the album and its Dead to the World tour receiving heavy blowback from conservative Christian groups and even garnering attention from Congress.
Well, listen to Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Consider the singer Marilyn Manson. We've talked about Marilyn Manson here today.
The mystique of the artist and the album spawned crazy urban legends, breathless media coverage. Its visually arresting videos were massive MTV hits. It was a cultural phenomenon. To this day, it still fascinates a dedicated and sizable cult following. And while it's widely regarded as an all-around great album, I personally think it's underrated in one key area. Number 1, the production and sound. When you really sit down and play Antichrist Superstar, turned up good and loud on some nice speakers, it's a trip. Now, this is a rock and roll album. It certainly wears its metal and industrial influences on its sleeve, and the production team certainly didn't shy away from the cutting edge of recording technology. But at its core is the beating heart of rock. Mixer Sean Bevan did a brilliant job building this vibe, taking all these more electronic elements, sequencing, programming, drum machines, and kind of marrying it to the sound of a 5-piece band, playing heavy, aggressive shit. The results are very musical. It has those electronic and sequenced elements, but the seams are smoothed over. It's certainly not a stripped down, raw album by any stretch of the imagination, but it keeps what's important for a rock song in focus. The performance element, however much of a studio creation it is. The whole album really has this modern kind of cutting-edge circa 1996 sound, but it's also got that big classic studio sound as well. It's a much higher production value. It's a thematically rich album, and I think the overall sound kind of elevates and further drives home those themes. If I were to describe the sound of Antichrist Superstar in one word, it would be big. This is unapologetically, unabashedly, and unashamedly a big, over-the-top rock opera concept album. And this is really underscored right in the way the album starts. Right away, it places you, the listener, in the middle of a huge rock concert crowd. A muffled voice on the PA leads the fervent audience into a chant. The low volume level entices you to turn it up a bit. The crowd becomes louder, more frenzied. Then the band comes in, and it's so loud, it obliterates everything. This first track brilliantly sets the tone for the rest of the album. It's obviously not an actual live performance, it's very much a studio creation. In fact, the liner notes show that the song was recorded live on February 14th, 1997, several months after the album was released. So they're clearly winking at you here. It's definitely got programming and sequencing, and you can hear double-tracked vocals and just things that you can't do live, but it has the feel of a live performance. They establish the suspension of disbelief. You're hearing a larger-than-life, big-screen portrayal of a rock band. Just enjoy the show. What ties it all together is a strong and consistent vision in both the production and the presentation. They had the utmost confidence in what they were doing, and you can really hear it. It's a familiar classic format, the epic, larger-than-life rock concept album, yet nothing else sounds quite like Antichrist Superstar. Number 2 is the talent behind the record. A huge number of talented people worked on this album. In addition to Manson and his band, was producer and Skinny Puppy alum Dave Ogilvy, a bunch of 9 Inch Nails and Nothing Records guys. You had Chris Verena, Charlie Clouser, Danny Lohner, as well as mixer and producer Sean Bevan. And producer Trent Reznor, who of course we all know from his legendary run with the band Slam Bamboo. One of my favorite things about Trent Reznor's production style is he'll use a lot of programming, sequencing, cutting things up, putting them back together, but he has this innate ability to kind of preserve the human touch. Sometimes heavily sequenced and programmed music, if it isn't imbued with enough style or vibe or personality, it can kind of sound like machines just talking to each other. But 9 Inch Nails and Trent Reznor's stuff always seems to have like a handmade sound to it. It's clear to the listener that a real person, some twisted individual, is very much responsible for the way it sounds. When it sounds all smashed and fucked up, you really get the impression that somebody went in there and smashed it and fucked it up with care. Obviously, he's not working with pure, pristine recordings of unaltered live performances, but his productions breathe like live music, and Antichrist Superstar is no exception. I also get the impression that in making Antichrist Superstar, Manson himself is finally executing an idea that's been kicking around in his head for a while. And at this point, he's got an extremely clear and strong vision of what the album needs to be. There also seemed to be some conflict between Reznor and Manson as to the ultimate direction of the album. From what I can piece together, it seems like Trent Reznor was kind of pushing it more towards an abstract deconstruction of a rock opera concept album. But it seems like Manson wanted it to not only be somewhat of a deconstruction of a rock opera, but also very much be a rock opera and really have those more accessible pop trimmings. I think the conflict ultimately resulted in a stronger album. You kind of have lightning in a bottle here. But regardless, it still stands. If you're a fan of the 90s Nothing Studios sound, this album is absolutely essential. It's also considered an absolutely essential album if you're not dead yet. Which is kind of dark, but I agree. Three, the concept. Antichrist Superstar certainly sounds big, but the presentation makes it feel big as well. Being a concept album with an overarching narrative, it feels like more than just a bunch of songs. It feels like a part of something even bigger, and that's a powerful thing for an album to do. I know all this presentation and packaging stuff seems superficial, and in many ways it really is. A fancy package doesn't make any of the songs better. The album could have been released on a handwritten CDR and it would have been just as great. But these big theatrical concept albums are kind of an art form unto themselves. The presentation is part of the listening experience. It's another creative avenue to provide additional context, expand upon and highlight the album's themes, or even invite a form of listener interaction, giving them something to ponder, a fun little Easter egg, or a mystery to solve. The album's split up into 3 cycles. Throughout the booklet, there's cryptic words and symbols, tarot, numerology, Kabbalistic mysticism, apocalyptic imagery, anatomical diagrams, a satirical use of fascist imagery in a rock and roll context, a classic trope with a new twist. Designer P.R. Brown and photographer Dean Carr put an impressive amount of care into fully utilizing the medium to get these ideas across. The arresting imagery seems kinda out there at first, but listening to the album puts it in context. It draws you in. It entices you to investigate further. It invites you to come up with your own interpretations, and it rewards you for delving deeper. Musically, it's an extremely accessible album, deviously so. Develops brilliantly, goes to some unexpected places, yet it remains consistently engaging. How's it do this? Number 4, the structure and the flow. As discussed, Antichrist Superstar is a big, heavy concept album, but it retains its pop sensibilities. It rarely, if ever, gets self-indulgent. It's an aggressive-sounding album, sometimes even abrasive, but the catchy hooks and clever pop structures go a long way to keep the listener engaged. The album doesn't have any long ambient pieces or spoken word skits. It's relentlessly driving forward its musical ideas. Even though it's got an overarching narrative and all this cryptic shit, they smartly framed it as a collection of 16 very accessible songs, plus 80-something blank tracks, and then a thing at the end with a bunch of backward stuff that actually loops around really cool at the beginning. But critically, the album stays dynamic. Sometimes when you have heavy, aggressive music like this, it can get fatiguing to listen to when the running time gets up there. I think when it comes to double albums or just long albums, being experimental in the studio goes a long way to keeping it interesting. You're consistently being introduced to new sounds or new ideas, or new moods, new colors, new shades. Also, the track order is very carefully planned out. It seems like no two songs in a row sound similar. They really go out of their way making sure to consistently introduce new and exciting things to you and make sure it stays entertaining. Just like a film can grab you with a visually arresting shot, I think Antichrist Superstar is full of these little audio moments that are just attention grabbing. Often through really simple tricks, just something unexpected. The track 1996, for instance, it's mixed unusually. You have your bass panned hard over to the right. It's just coming out of the right speaker. And your guitar in the left speaker. It's a super heavy song, just full intensity in those verses. But then when it comes time for the chorus, the whole song kind of shifts. The bass comes to the center and then the guitars go stereo, and it just makes the song sound so much bigger. It's a great moment where you're like already at what seems like full intensity, and then the album's full of moments like this. It's just consistently keeping you on your toes, throwing you new things, keeping you engaged. And the fifth reason that Antichrist Superstar is a great listen, it's just so entertaining. As dark, depraved, and destructive as the album sounds, my favorite thing about Antichrist Superstar is how fun it is. First and foremost, it's a great rock record and a great listen, which is all it really needs to be. But so much thought and effort went into the concept and the listening experience. There's a lot here awaiting you, and it's just a question of how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go. And that's where so much of the fun is. The album gives you all the breadcrumbs you need if you really want to take a deep dive. For me personally, I've always loved heavy metal, and I've always been drawn to those infamous forbidden albums. All those supposedly evil albums that have satanic messages when you play the record in reverse. The urban legends like Paul is dead, or you hold the album up into the mirror, you see a demon. All this stuff is from past generations. In the early part of the 1990s, the dominant trend in mainstream rock music was a much needed return to a more stripped down and honest sound. It was very uncool to try to be a rock star. I think we had a collective hangover after 80s hair metal. Nobody really had the audacity to bring back the spectacle and to do something different and exciting and fun and thought-provoking with it. And then came Antichrist Superstar. I think this really filled a gap by adding some much-needed danger to mainstream rock and pop culture in general. The album was clearly designed to elicit this kind of response, and to see it play out as predictably as it did was perversely hilarious.
The kind of material in question is really very different from the kind of material which has caused similar controversies in past generations. It really is very different.
In recent years, the lyrics of popular music have grown more violent and depraved.
Rock lyrics have turned from "I can't get no satisfaction" to "I'm going to force you at gunpoint to eat me alive."
Shock rock songs are more likely to focus on suicide, torture, and death. Songs like Warm Boy or Irresponsible Hate Anthem by Marilyn Manson.
I F-U-C-K like a beast.
His work was tremendously offensive.
And I'd like to show the sampling of a record cover. Porn rock.
And it still works as a great album, no matter how deep you want to get into it. You could spend hours exploring its themes, analyzing its references, or you could just put it on your car and drive to Worcester. It's a wicked good album.
¡Qué hambre! Bajo. Tun, turun, tun, tun, turun, tun. Ah, no, es una guitarra gigante, mira. Suena mejor la guitarra gigante. Perdona, Trillian. Esa, un poquito improvisando ahí. Sotororo, toro, toro, to. Sotororo, toro. Dale, toca, toca. No, se equivocó. Esto, tereré, to, 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 to. ¡Se equivocó! Ah, yo la toco así. Acá son dos. Ahora vamos a escucharla, vamos a escucharla. A ver si estoy en lo correcto o no. Tum, es tum. Y a ver acá. Es te, tereré, tum. No, ¿ves? No, no es así. La escuchamos acá de vuelta. Te, tereré, te, to, te. Si la toca todo el tiempo así va a sonar horrible la canción. ¡Ay! Se equivocó. Aparte le toca con los dedos, le toca la cuerda de abajo. Hace con esta mano. Está mal usada la mano. ¡No! Puede ser eso. No, no es así la canción. Vamos a escucharla. siempre el mismo patrón. Yo tenía otro interactivo, me parece, de Manson. Que tenía el video este, lo veíamos con mis primos y flasheábamos. Tener una banda de rock era esto. Totalmente controversial todo lo que hagas. Todo. Drogado, borracho, viviendo en una choza prendida a fuego, con caca en las paredes. Es perfecto, es realmente, boludo, la imagen que el rock tiene que tener. Eso es lo que no entiendo de los religiosos, boludo. Tendrían que besarle el culo a Manson, boludo. El chabón sacó un montón de gente de la droga, boludo, estigmatizándola de esa manera, boludo. El chabón tanqueó como un crack. Verdadero héroe. El bajo es la canción, boludo. O sea, está bueno la trenza del bajo y la guitarra sería. Pero el bajo tiene unos tiempos en esta parte que son medio falopa, boludo. Escuchen. Es como decía el video que vimos hace un rato. Tiene dos superposiciones de ideas muy concretas que se mezclan en un choque de ideas muy grave, con varios lastimados y heridos. Lo que me refiero es que, por un lado, tiene la tendencia la canción a irse para un lado industrial, súper programado, donde cada cosa responde a un patrón de maquinaria industrializado. Y al mismo tiempo, la canción transmite todo lo contrario. Porque escuchá la caída que tiene ahí el bajo y cómo cambia el tiempo. La guitarra hace cualquiera. Qué grande que es Manso, me encanta. Buenas escenas, boludo. Buenos acoples, guachín. A ver este. Ah, se escucha solo la guitarra. Marcada que el bajo todavía, la doble estancia de la nota. ¿Cómo hace eso? Acústica la guitarra en esta parte. Qué diferentes texturas que tiene la canción de la guitarra.